Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, May 3rd, 2021 to order. First off, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before we get to approval of the agenda, I just have a couple announcements. May 2nd to 8th is Emergency Preparedness Week, a national awareness initiative that has taken place since 1996 to encourage Canadians to take actions to better protect themselves and their families during emergencies. This year's theme is Be Ready for Anything. To partake, I encourage everyone to take 3 simple steps to become better prepared. Number one, make an emergency plan and discuss it with your loved ones. Number 2, build an emergency kit to help keep yourself and your family safe no matter where you are. And number 3, stay informed during any emergency to ensure you have up-to-date information. Planning and preparing for emergency events will go a long way in keeping you and your family safe, both during and after an emergency. Today also marks the start of Canada's Mental Health Week. As a community, the past year has been trying on us all and has no doubt had an impact on our well-being, which includes both our physical and mental health. The importance of taking care of our mental health and checking in on the ones we love is more prevalent than ever. I encourage everyone to take some time this week to learn about the different services available to you by visiting the Ontario Government Mental Health website, as well as the Canadian Mental Health Association website. I hope everyone uses this week to start a conversation with friends, family, and co-workers about how we can continue to support each other's mental health, not only this week, but year-round. I would also like to acknowledge National Physicians Day, which took place on Saturday, May 1st. Each day, and especially during these troubling times, physicians in Grimsby and across Canada go above and beyond to provide care for their patients and continue to build a stronger healthcare system for all Canadians. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the physicians in Grimsby for their continued commitment to providing our residents with the best care in our hospitals and doctors' offices, in addition to the many sacrifices these frontline workers are making to ensure we are healthy and safe amidst the ongoing pandemic. Thank you. There's more. It's time to shape the next 10 years of conservation in Niagara. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority is developing a new strategic plan and would like to invite the members of our communities to get involved by participating in the process. A public survey link can be found by visiting getinvolvednpca.ca. The survey will be open until May 6th. This new strategic plan begins with a fresh approach towards achieving a shared vision. A representative team of staff experts from various departments are leading the way by working together to inform, develop, and implement the strategic planning process. The NPCA staff and board of directors are now looking for public input to develop a common vision for conservation in Niagara through these future strategic priorities. They have committed to communicating frequently and providing various opportunities for public involvement. Now we move to approval of the agenda.
Mayor Jordan, before we approve the agenda, I'd like to put a motion on the floor. I'd like to put a motion to delete some items on the agenda. I'd like to go to 8.2 resolution A. I'd like that deleted. A2 resolution B. I'd like that deleted. And under 12, notice of motion. Number C, cost of HR review, and number D, signing officers. And also under 5, delegation C. I'd like those deleted from the agenda, please.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Mayor, is that something that we need to vote on?
Yes, we'll be voting on it.
Okay, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Yes, just clarifying, Councillor Dunstall, it's
Sure.
deletion of item 5C,
Yes,
8.2A, 8.2B,
yes,
12C, and 12D.
correct. Thank you.
All right, and so I'll read out what those are. 5C was a delegation by Adam Mottershead, and it was regarding agenda item 8.2B, municipal act and delegation of authority. 8.2A was the CAO performance appraisal. And 8.2B was legal opinion about the removal of an individual from a statutory position. And 12C was a notice of motion for the cost of the human resources review. And 12D was a notice of motion regarding signing officers. And so the mover is Councillor Dunstall.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Mayor, is it okay to ask why Councillor Dunstall wants these items removed? So we can be informed as to why?
Well, first we'll get a seconder and then we'll debate. Who's the seconder? Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the following deletion of item 5C, 8.2A, 8.2B, 12C, and 12D. Any discussion? Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. There are a number of items there. I'm just wondering if the mover of the resolution would consider that we look at each item individually, if that would be all right with them.
You want to vote on them individually, separately? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. There are a number of items there, so I just thought.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Councillor Vardy wants to know why I chose to do that. I think at our last meeting, Councillor Sharp, in his opinion, said some things that we might find a little derogatory, but I find this is an attack on our CAO, and I think we've had enough of this, and I just don't want to see this on the agenda. It's simple as that. And I don't want to get into a debate over it. I think if we go through the meeting with these motions intact in the agenda, we are going to have some long arguments, and I've seen enough, and I've just had enough, and that's the reason I don't want to see it on the agenda. So there's my explanation.
All right, Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess for me, Councillor Dunstall's explanation of he just doesn't want to see it doesn't suffice for me. And if I'm looking at these items, I think they're all very important for the transparency of what we all promised residents at Grimsby. And, I don't think any of this is an attack on the CAO. For instance, doing a performance review, I've had one every year when I was in government, and they're formal and they're very important to do, and to not do them is poor management practice. So I don't think that's an attack at all. With respect to Mr. Mottershead wanting to be a delegation, I wouldn't want to stop any citizen, any resident from being a delegation to council. Now we're shutting down citizens that have something to say. That's not appropriate. That's not transparent. So, and I'm looking at some of the others, well, perhaps Councillor Dunstall might feel the signing authorities item is finished. I completely disagree. I don't think we're finished with that. And we need to address the inconsistencies that are still there, and inconsistencies in information that was provided to all of council. And I think that's important. So I'm like quite against deleting anything off this agenda. And I'm not even sure that, I'd like the clerk to rule, can a councillor ask to have something deleted? Once again, and I hate to say it, that I could almost forecast what's going to happen. And, I think there are issues that need to be discussed in public and brought out, and we need to move forward. And that's the only way we're going to move forward. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I echo Councillor Vardy's comments. And I'm aware of inconsistencies that came through an email to me with respect to our last meeting and the delegation of signing authorities, where the information provided contradicted the information the public heard at the last meeting. So, and it also could put the town in a very untenable situation. So there's stuff there that we haven't fully digested. The other thing is the motion that I'm bringing forward on the accountability as to whether the statutory officers can be dismissed by the CAO under the Municipal Act is a Municipal Act requirement. And I don't think we're doing our due diligence if we avoid that topic just because it's sensitive and we don't like it. The other thing is, it was raised to me by the community. There's members of the community who were concerned about how that those terminations transpired and whether they were legal under the Municipal Act. And I think if we don't do our due diligence and follow through on that, we're not answering the community's request for transparency, and we're not doing what we're required as councillors under the Municipal Act to do, which is ensure that we're following all of the requirements under the Act. And I feel we would fail there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Frank?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I would ditto what the last two ladies noted. For example, on one of the my resolution for a performance appraisal of the CAO is perfectly legitimate. I mean, he's the most senior executive we have in this town. He's been with us for over 20 months, and I'm sure that he would want a performance appraisal. I mean, I worked in the corporate world, and I'm sure all of you guys and guys on council here have had to have performance appraisals done in your work life, in your career. And for us to just allow the CEO not to have a performance appraisal is totally irresponsible of us as councillors. He's the only employee that we have. He's here to run this town and and to inform this council as to what's best to get our strategies in place and to get them completed. So yes, I mean, this is totally normal. Every municipality that I know of, I'm sure did have and has in place performance appraisals for the CAOs, as a CAO should probably have for each one of his senior management team, as each one of those senior management teams should have one for each one of their staff. It's perfectly normal. I don't know why you would want to exempt that and delete it from the agenda. It does not make any sense to me whatsoever, except it's just totally irresponsible. As far as a witch hunt, call it what you want. Call it what you want. If that's what you want to call it, a witch hunt, fine. But I think it's being responsible. And I think as councillors, we need to do this. In terms of the other items you want deleted, Councillor Dunstall, there's a citizen here who wants to speak. And we're now saying, you can't speak. we represent you, but you can't talk to us. You can't tell us what you think about council and about what we're doing. And I think that Mr. Mottershead has every right to come forward if he thinks that he can show us something that is incorrect. And we need to listen to our citizens. If we don't, we may as well not be here at all, because that's what we're doing here. We're here to represent this town and the citizens of this town. And if you're not listening to them, then we should just pack up and go home, because it isn't worth what we're doing. I mean, and as Councillor Vardy said, this is going to end up the same place as every other thing ends up in this council. So to come to a council meeting and want to delete 5 items off the agenda because you don't like it or because you think it's a witch hunt, I'm sorry, I can't understand that. I don't understand where your responsibilities lie. Anyways, I'll leave it at that and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I would like to, on Councillor Cadwell's request, I'd like to split this into 2 motions. I'd like to vote on the.
We've already split it into 5. We're voting on all 5 of them separately.
Okay, then I would like to ask that we vote on the delegation after we vote on item 12 or 8.2B, because the delegation is with regard to that item. So I'd like the order of that vote. I mean, it's only fair. So it's not right to vote on the delegation before we vote on whether we're going to hear the matter. And if we're not hearing the matter, then the delegation is for none, right? So I'd like to vote on that afterwards.
Councillor Bain.
Just a couple of things I want to acknowledge. I appreciate Councillor Dunstall's right to do what he's done. I have no problem with that. That's why I second it. I believe everybody should be heard. Second of all, I had some concerns, and I still am not totally sure of the right thing. And the only reason that I question Mr. Mottershead, and I know Adam, and I like him, and I have no problems with him, but it's just because of his role on our Committee of Adjustment. I just wonder if that could be kind of looked at the wrong way. As far as in transparency and following the municipal code, I am so happy to hear councillors feel that way, because as we bring things forward, it'll be good to get them all out. That's the way I feel about it. And the last thing is Councillor Vardy, I can't remember if Councillor Bothwell did or not, said that everybody expects this to go the same way as always. I agree. I'm sure the 4 councillors will all vote together. I'm sure that's what you were alluding to. So I just, I appreciate the fact that everybody's willing to be open and transparent at this point. And I'm looking forward to the future on that. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I might add, and this is in the council staff partnership and relationship bylaw 1918. It's I want to read section 6.3 and 6.4. Control emotions. Both parties should avoid creating and fueling division or conflicts. Staff shall not be targets of divisive, vexatious behavior and or conduct. The public and all parties expect council to do the job that they have been elected to do. The public and all parties expect staff to do the job they were hired to do. 6.4 says politics and management, not both. Council provide direction, staff give professional advice and implement council's directives. Members of councils are not elected to be technical experts or to act in their professional capacity. And so nothing wrong with performance appraisals. I'm not arguing any of that. It seems very odd that all of a sudden we need a performance appraisal on our CAO in the middle of the year when something happened that some of us are not very happy with. And that's why all of a sudden we need to do a performance appraisal. Performance appraisals are annual things, and I would think that we would do something at the end of the year. So there's no reason to, in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of the third wave, where everybody's tired of everything. We do not need to get staff working overtime on things that like this. There's no need for it. So I rest my case.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I would, Councillor Vane made a comment that he was not sure that Adam Mottershead should speak because he sits on Committee of Adjustment. I would just like to refresh his memory that we've had at least 2 presentations from Susan Manuel, who sits on GDAC. So I really don't see any conflict. So just would like to share that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Ritchie.
You're muted, Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Ritchie, you're muted.
Sorry, there you go. So I'll start from the beginning there. I listened to Councillor Vardy's comments, and I want to clarify that Susan Manuel came to council and gave delegations on items that she's working for in a volunteer capacity. And that was to give, because that's at a working group at an arm reach, it was to give council an update as to what is happening on the business retention and expansion program, where this program right now, the foundation of it is it's supposed to be for the long term of the town of Grimsby and a positive result. So I'm kind of, I sit there and take a look, and yes, I understand Adam Mottershead is on a Committee of Adjustment, but you know, I didn't know him to be a municipal law expert or to any of that extent. And so I'm very curious, you know, it is what it is, but I mean, it has nothing to do with his you know, his position on Committee of Adjustment, like Susan Manuel did that delegation.
If I may answer that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'll certainly answer it. It's much like when Pamela Evans came as a delegation and spoke about the Heritage Cultural District and the Planning Act, and she's definitely not an expert in either of those. So a resident can come and speak about anything that any council business. They don't need to be an expert to speak. Councillor Bothwell.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not saying that he doesn't need to be an expert to speak. I'm saying I was taking offense to the comments of Susan Manuel, who did a presentation, and we just had a councillor basically say that, you know,
yeah,
you know,
Councillor Ritchie, I agree with you. Yes, she did speak on GDAC, and she would be welcome to be in a delegation on any topic that's at a council meeting. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think it's important that we follow through with our commitment to the delegate to speak according to the charter, according to his rights, according to what we stand for as a council. And I believe that he was approved to be on the agenda. We are not the court of law to say he can't be on the agenda or that he's not a worthy delegate. I think we should allow him the opportunity to speak. And he can answer those types of questions. I'm sure he has a way to address them, and he'll come forward with his rationale for why he's speaking on that topic. And I think we owe him the opportunity to do that and speak to it. And he can therefore clarify his role. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Just for clarification, if 8.2b doesn't pass, or we have it still on the agenda, it makes sense that the delegation would go ahead, and that's why Councillor Sharp suggested we do it in a certain order. But if 8.2b is defeated, it's kind of redundant that the delegation would speak tonight because there's nothing on the agenda to coordinate with that. And as we know, our meetings go very long. So maybe another time when the appropriate item is on the agenda, they would speak. But I'm not suggesting that he doesn't have the right to speak. It becomes redundant if we don't pass that. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just want to address the evaluation of the CAO. I don't have a problem with that, but I just think it's the timing right now is not the right time or a good time. Back in January 11th, 2020, the CAO gave us a strategic update, which to me was a good evaluation, not of him, totally of him, but just the work he's been doing for the town. And I think he's been doing with the team of Grimsby, they've been doing a great job. So again, I'm not against the an evaluation, but I think it's a timing, maybe sometime in Q4 of this year, possibly, whatever. But again, that's just my opinion right now. Thank you.
Councillor Frick?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I disagree with Councillor Cadwell. I mean, our CEO has been with us now over 20 months. We should maybe at least do last year's evaluation. And I think that's totally appropriate. And I believe that our CEO is online right now. I'll ask him, does he have any issues with us doing a performance appraisal on him based on his last 20 months of performance? I'd like to ask him if he has a problem with this, because that's who we're doing the performance appraisal on. So I would like him to address that. Would he mind us as a council doing a performance appraisal by a third party, not by us, by a third party?
Mr. Mayor, at the point of order, we shouldn't be asking our CEO. That's our decision to make.
Well, it's not going to be our decision to make, Councillor Ritchie, because you want to take it off the agenda.
Excuse me, I never said whether I did or didn't.
Yes, I know, but
It's still a decision that we would make whether we leave it on the agenda or not.
okay. But I get the message from what I'm hearing so far that a performance appraisal is not what you guys want. Could I hear from CEO, please?
Point
CEO
of order,
Schlank?
Mr. Mayor, you should not have to answer that question.
Well, it's not necessarily whether he has to answer. I just wondered if he wanted to answer it. And the CEO?
Through you, Mayor. First of all, on January 11th, 2020, we submitted a very comprehensive accomplishments document, as well as we talked about the 2021 objectives going forward. I think council approved that almost 9-0. And I have no problem with it, maybe in the same time, January of 2022, that I could present the accomplishments, the objectives going forward. It definitely wouldn't require a third party. It's something I could do together with council and our HR team. So I would strongly suggest that January 2022 would be a good time. Gives me a chance to get through this third wave and get some results for council and the community this year and report back to you with those accomplishments and objectives for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll start reading these deletions. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the deletion of item 8.2A regarding CAO performance appraisal. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the deletion of item 8.2A regarding the CAO performance appraisal.
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's defeated.
All right, moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolve the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the deletion of item 8.2B regarding the legal opinion about the removal of an individual from a statutory position. Recorded vote?
Councillor Boswell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's defeated.
Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the deletion of item 5C regarding the delegation from Adam Mottershead. Recorded vote?
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's defeated.
Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the deletion of 12C regarding notice of motion, cost of HR review. Recorded vote?
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Can I get a clarification, Mr. Mayor, the clerk? Being that this is a notice of motion, should we even be discussing or mentioning this now? Should this not wait till the next agenda? And this is just announcing that it's going to be on the next agenda. That's all it is. Could I get a ruling on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is not to discuss the actual content of the notice of motion, it's whether to delete this item on this agenda.
So if it's deleted off this agenda, what happens to it?
It will not return to the next agenda. It will be deleted off. It would be a reconsideration to bring it back.
I always thought that a notice of motion was something that wasn't discussed. It was just announced and happened at the next meeting. And at that point in the next meeting, we decide whether we want to discuss it or not or delete it.
You, Mr. Mayor, we're not debating the content of the agenda, of the notice of motion. We're debating whether to include this notice of motion in the agenda for tonight or not.
So if it gets deleted off the agenda tonight, it doesn't get on the next agenda.
No.
All right, my answer is no.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Cowell, I couldn't hear you. Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with the deletion of item 12D regarding the notice of motion on signing officers. Recorded vote?
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
Mayor, could we have a recorded vote on the agenda?
All right, so we need a
I just have one more item, if you give me
Councillor Sharp.
Mayor Jordan, I would like to move item 8.1A, which is the resolution about cadets. I would like to move it up to after 5.B, or 5B, which is the delegation about cadets. It happens later in the agenda. We have a speaker here. I'd like to move that item 8.1A up to right after 5.5B, which is a delegation of the same item. Just to help we have a person waiting on the delegation. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Just a point of clarification, please, of the clerk. If we're voting on the agenda as amended, adoption of the agenda as amended, and we don't agree, or it doesn't, if we vote no and we have a majority that vote no, what happens to the agenda?
Stays the same.
Yeah, so we don't need a separate amendment to approve the agenda because essentially we've done these approvals through this. Is that what you said? Okay. Need a mover and seconder to switch or move that item up.
I'll move it.
Councillor Sharp, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved with item 8.1A moved to after 5B. All in favor? That's carried.
Just a point of clarity, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So we've dealt with numerous of items individually there, but I think we still need a motion to approve the rest of the agenda. Not the items that we have taken out independently, but we need a motion to approve the remainder of the agenda that was not discussed.
Yeah, so just to approve the agenda, not as amended then. Thank you. Need a mover and seconder to approve the remaining of the Committee of the Whole agenda. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the remaining agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for the adoption of previous minutes, Committee of Adjustment. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of April 20th, 21 be received. All in favor? It's carried. Up next, we have our first delegation, Chris Anders, P Engineering IBI Group, Site Alteration Appeal, 153 Mud Street East. Welcome, Chris.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right.
All right, your screen's shared now, so you're welcome to go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the town staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present our side of the 153 Mud Street East concern and our appeals done to the site alteration permit. My name is Chris Anders. I'm the Associate Director, Civil Practice Lead for the IBI Group Hamilton. And joining me this evening is Jeremy Nichols from Nichols Ventures Inc. He's the contractor that was performing the work on the site. Next slide. I just start off with some pictures of the site so that you could see the conditions that the property owners are working with. You can see from the photos, there's a lot of standing water and a lot of poor drainage. And this is what the root cause of the problem is, that it causes the land to be difficult to work, difficult to plant, and the crops don't last in a high shortly after they're planted. Next slide. Again, you can see the standing water issues that the property owners have had to deal with, and they have installed some ditches on the property to help drainage, but because of the poor slope of the land, the water doesn't really drain. It just kind of sits in the ditches. Next slide. Again, more kind of pockets of standing water, and the last few pictures taken last Thursday by the homeowner, and when they were sent to me, she had commented that this has been a drier spring than usual, and you can still see that there's a significant amount of standing water. Next slide. So these pictures were taken last Thursday morning and were sent to me to include in the slide deck for the presentation tonight. So as I said, it hasn't been an overly wet spring, and there's still a significant amount of standing water, which is what causes the crops to die. Next slide. So we had appealed the decision based on 3 points: that the town did not act in good faith, that the site cannot be left in its current state, it needs to be put back into a usable, safe state, and that the works meet the condition of bylaw 2020-44. Next slide. So September 16th, 2020, an exemption denial letter was provided to the homeowner from the town. Stated the proponent has not provided sufficient evidence to support that the proposed works are necessary and or appropriate for the current zoning of the property. The proponent has not provided sufficient evidence to support that the proposed works will result in maintaining or improving the overall agricultural capacity of the site. And the proponent has not provided sufficient evidence to support that the proposed works would be considered incidental to normal farming practices. Next slide, please. So this information here, where you see documents C and D, we've taken that out of our response letter. So it's our professional opinion that the works will improve the condition of the subject lands. We've provided letters from past and recent farmers that evidence that they'll often compromise for planting and working the land, and that the crops would fail throughout the year and they wouldn't be able to be harvested. It's our opinion this is due to the fact that the areas are characterized by low, shallow grades, low pockets of elevation that capture water, and imperfect drainage to the outlet to the north. The grading plan that we submitted with the original permit shows the existing topography of it and the poor slope and poor drainage in the area. Mr. Emsley indicates in his letter that we provided that his property to the west experienced similar condition, and he undertook tiling operations in order to improve the drainage of his property. The Stansics, the owner of 153 Mud Street chose to pursue the route of importing fill to raise the site in order to improve the drainage of the site, essentially accomplishing the same goal as putting in tile drains. Next slide, please. The site's historically been challenged for growing conditions. We provided letters from Mr. Vukovic and Mr. Emsley stating their historical problems with farming the land and the wetlands that they encountered and the loss of yield. The Stantec's have also indicated that for many years they tried to grow clover and hay for their bees, but the pasture crop failed because of the ponding water and the loam conditions. They also had told me that they lost one of their beehives because of the moisture and the standing water, that one of the hives went moldy and the bees didn't return the following year. We also provided a letter from Mr. Greg Wilson. He gave his opinion on the approved lands. Mr. Wilson is a NASM plan developer. So it's NASM is non-agriculturally sourced material plan developer, and he's qualified to speak to the matter of whether the proposed works would improve the agricultural yield of the property. And the letter provided is in favor of completing the fill work to increase the grades to better drain the property. Next slide. The works are incidental to farming practice. We believe the works meet the test, the definition of agricultural lands, and are incidental to normal farming practice. The letters that we provided from past farmers indicate that the intent of the land is for agricultural purpose, and they've been used for this for a significant length of time, and they're in need of improvements because of the loss of yield. We believe the works meet this test and or intent of being or incidental to normal farm practices. Many farmers look to improve the drainage by constructing ditches or installing tiles or raising the land to help improve the drainage to protect their crops and make the lands easier to work. Next slide. So in conclusion, this is not a commercial fill operation. The Stantec's have been residents in the town of Grimsby for many years, since the 1980s. They're looking to improve them, to keep farming it, to improve the yield, and to keep bees on the property. NVI, Mr. Nichols' company, followed the proper procedure at obtaining a permit. They could have gone forward and proceeded with the works under normal farming practices and not obtain a permit, but they wanted to go ahead and follow the rules and regulations in place. They were open and transparent with the timelines of the project, telling town staff that the work couldn't be completed within 1 year, that it would take 2 years to complete. They didn't operate in poor weather to avoid fouling the roads with mud. They kept the roads clean. Mr. Nichols has purchased a water truck and a sweeper to keep the roads clean, as well as having calcium on site to help keep the dust down. When he was notified of dust complaints in the area, a new sweeper was purchased to be utilized to help keep the dust down in the area. They didn't work on holidays or weekends in order to avoid issues with surrounding landowners. And they were very selective on what was accepted and having it tested and sharing those test results with the town. Because of the stop work order and not being able to work for almost 2 years, there's been significant costs associated with the delayed work and the loss of revenue for the property owner, because they're not able to rent the land out to the farmer that they normally work with. And finally, the needs to be restored and made safe. It's in its current condition. People are using it for dirt bikes and with their snowmobiles, trespassing on the land. The property owner should be given the opportunity to make the land safe and restore it to a usable state by finishing off the work that they've started, or seeking the alternate proposal they made by reducing the amount of fill, but still being able to propose or to raise the property to the proposed grades. In summary, we're here tonight trying to seek a solution for the Stantec's. We want to appeal to council's fair play and to work with a resident who's lived in the town of Grimsby for many years, who's just looking to improve their land, to improve the drainage so that they can continue to farm it. This isn't a commercial operation where there's going to be fill that's just left, you know, and it'd be an eyesore in the community. They want to do the work properly, and they thought that they were following all the steps in order to complete that work. So we're just asking if we can work together to find a solution in order to restore the property so that it may be farmed and used as intended for its agricultural purpose. I just ask Mr. Nichols if he has any further comments that he wanted to add.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think you covered everything wonderfully.
Thank you for your presentation, Chris. And just need a mover and seconder to receive the Councillor Vane.
Is Brandon going to be commenting on this?
Not on at the delegation.
Okay.
Just need a seconder. We have Councillor Sharp as the mover. Councillor Vane as the seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the delegation from Chris Anders, IBI Group, be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Chris and Jeremy. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Up next, we have item 5B, Tony Quirk and Dave Leonard, 62 Grimsby Phantom Squadron Sponsoring Committee. Welcome, Tony and Dave. Welcome, Tony and Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time this evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I understand you have a full agenda, so I will try to run through this as quickly as I can. I have with me, of course, Major Leonard, retired, our current SSC chair, and I still am the treasurer of the 62 Grimsby Phantom Squadron SSC. We would like to just take this opportunity to say thank you to your staff for putting together the report that is in front of you this evening, which we'd like to speak to with respect to the tax exemption and hopefully the tax cancellation as the options that are in front of you. I understand that the presentation is available, or do I have to share the screen? Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, when I was last presenting to you seems like forever ago, but it was just last fall, we were asking for council's endorsement of our private members bill, a private bill that would have allowed us to allow you to give us a tax exemption for 101, 103, 105 Mountain Road. And that was a very exciting experience for us. We went through the process. We drafted the bill. We had it through a first reading in November. We went to committee where it passed without amendment or dissent. And we had second and third reading in early December. And since it received royal assent and is now the law of the land, we are now back in front of you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council, asking for your consideration for enacting one of the options that you have within the bill. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, I would just like to let yourselves know and the members of the public watching that the 62 Grimsby Phantom Squadron Sponsoring Committee is a non-share capital corporation. It is its own entity. It's a not-for-profit entity, and it is registered as a charity under the income tax law and is incorporated under the laws of Ontario. And our mandate is quite simple, to promote the objectives and support public interest in the Royal Canadian Air Cadet Program, including activities that support physical fitness, citizenship, leadership, and develop an awareness of aviation, and other such complementary purposes consistent with these objectives. And I would just like to let you know, Mr. Mayor and members of council, that despite the pandemic, we have been keeping our head above water. We have been working hard as a committee to make sure that we have the resources and funding available to keep the program going in its socially distanced and COVID safe friendly program setup that it is now. The cadets are meeting regularly. Every Friday they meet as a squadron virtually on Google Meets. They break into their classrooms. They're doing their training. On Thursday nights they meet for the range group, which obviously can't meet together and practice their marksmanship skills, but they do other things, fun activities to keep them interested and involved in the program. And I'm happy to say that despite everything that's gone on with COVID, we haven't seen a huge slippage in our membership. The cadets remain very committed to the program. Next slide, please. So now that the law has passed, it does permit the town of Grimsby to enact a bylaw that would allow for the exemption and cancellation of all municipal property taxes for the 3 parcels of lands that are owned by our committee. And it also allows, without objection from the Ministry of Finance, a retroactive rebate, if you so choose, for the taxes that we paid when the church owned it and we were tenants from 101 Mountain Road, which is the vacant parcel of land that actually quite a few people during the pandemic have been using as the starting point for their walks up and down the mountain and along the Bruce Trail. Next slide, please. There are options to exempt the property for 2012 to 2019, as I suggested, as well as canceling taxes from 2020 forward, provided that we remain a charitable organization. We do not undertake any commercial ventures, and we do not lease or rent a facility on a full-time basis to anyone who would not normally be exempt. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. Mayor, that we have not done, we still fall into all those categories. Our only new tenant, we're happy to report, is our the Grimsby 1626 Army Cadets, who have joined us up there at the church, and they parade on a separate night. So we're becoming quite the cadet center for Grimsby and West Niagara. So we are keeping those relationships strong with our other cadet organizations within the town. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we haven't been idle during COVID. We recognize that taxes are just one cost of running the business. It's a cost that we haven't had in any great detail in the past, but we have continued during COVID to do our bottle drives, and we have active donation requests. And I will also say, in no small part to the gentleman sitting to my left, our metal drive has been successful because of the effort that Major Leonard and his team do. Every day they're up there making more room in the metal bin. And I would just say to anyone who's watching or anyone who's interested, if you have scrap metal, please bring it up to our bin at the church at the top of Mountain Road at Ridge Road, and we will gladly accept all metal donations. And thank you very much. We continue working towards partnering with our fellow Army cadets, as I mentioned. We are working with the Department of National Defense to see about being a summer training camp location, because the summer camps for 2021 will be day camps, not the overnight camps that we're normally used to. So we are looking to be a Niagara-centric day camp, and we have already submitted our proposals with all the great things that there are to do in Grimsby for cadets coming for 2 weeks to learn about the history of the area, Nels Manor, partnering with the Grimsby Museum and other locations that they can use when they're here training. We're also been working with other nonprofit organizations, as we always do, so that we can be ready to have events for them, for groups such as McNally House, the Masons, and the other groups that use our facility. We're going to make sure that we meet all the COVID protocols. So we've been making sure that the building is COVID friendly on a go-forward basis. And then we've also been taking this opportunity to repair some of the things that have sort of been on our to-do list while the cadets aren't in the building and we have time to do it properly. We've just undertaken a major electrical upgrade, and we are working, as I said, with the kitchen upgrades so that we can host the events after COVID is lifted. Next slide, please. There's lots of numbers, and I believe the Treasurer's report has more up-to-date numbers because she has the 2021 numbers included in there. So I'm not going to speak to these except to say that obviously cancellation of taxes from 2020 is what this all started and what we were moving towards. The retroactive taxes, we've confirmed that the town of Grimsby is only responsible for their share of the taxes, but you can actually, by waiving those taxes, you can waive the regions and the Ministry of Education taxes on our behalf as well. And that doesn't come out of the Grimsby coffers. You actually get to spend some of the region's money and the province's money by spending a little bit of your own tonight. Next slide, please. Sort of spoke to this already, so I'll just say skip through to the next slide, please. And this is what we were talking about, the impact to our squadron and how it be so critical for us on a move forward basis. If you do decide to go with option one, which is what we're hoping that we are asking members of the council to endorse, option one is the cancellation and the rebate. That works out to almost $18,000 for us in terms of cash in hand contribution. Reduces our budget by $12,000, and on an ongoing basis, it's cost avoidance of almost $13,000 a year, which we would obviously be very much appreciative of your support for this venture. The last part is the bylaw can only be good for up to 10 years. So if in that time we don't live up to the obligations to remain as we are, or at 10 years time, the town can choose to not renew or renew depending on making sure that we've lived up to our commitments during that time. So next slide, please. So Mr. Mayor, I blew through that and I don't think I ever got Major Leonard a chance to speak. So if you have any questions or comments, we're happy to answer them at this time. Thank you very much.
I will just point out, Mr. Mayor, if I could, on this last slide, a point of interest. Those fine art persons that are in the background are members of the Canadian Armed Forces. They are all West Niagara residents. Miss Webb is from St. Anne, in the Air Force officer's uniform is from St. Anne's. In the fatigues is Mr. Geez, forget his last name, but he is at RMC and he's from Grimsby. The next gentleman by the Canadian flag is from Grimsby. The two gentlemen on the ship, they're actually two Grimsby cadets. They are a couple years apart, but they're both serving on the same ship from Grimsby. And the last one is a picture from the Unknown Soldier, where one of our past cadets was serving at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier during Remembrance Day this past year.
Thank you, Dave.
Great, thank you for that, Dave. That's really nice to see Grimsby and area cadets getting around and joining the military and using your facilities as a step-off point. And thank you for the presentation, Tony. Up next, we're going to have, yes. Oh yeah, we need a mover and seconder to approve the delegation.
Sorry, Mayor, are we able to ask questions of the delegation?
Yes, like just clarifying questions or that type of thing, so.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just get a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, and then moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Cadwell. All right, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and appreciate all the hard work of Mr. Quirk and Mr. Leonard and the good work that they're doing with our youth. It's much valued. I just have a point of clarification from the last presentation and to this one. I was reading the transcripts, the legislative transcripts from Mr. Quirk's presentation on December 2nd, 2020. And he notes in there that we were granted charitable status through our affiliation with the Air Cadet League in 2013. And the SSC was incorporated with their own charitable status when we were incorporated. So I just want to clarify the dates because I understand that the SSC was incorporated on October 29th, 2013. Was that the same date that they also were granted charitable status of their own? And I have one other question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the SSC was formed in 2005 as a non-incorporated entity. Every squadron, cadet corps has an SSC. I use the analogy, it's like a PTA for school. We're the SSC, the Squadron Supporting Committee or the Corps Supporting Committee. In a and there are lots of SSCs all over The province and all over Canada that are not incorporated, they are basically ad hoc committees and standalone committees. And then there are quite a few who are a little bit more sophisticated like us who have taken the steps to incorporate and to get charitable status. If you were not an incorporated entity and didn't have your charitable status, you could still issue tax receipts, but the donations had to go to the Air Cadet League of Canada through the Ontario provincial body. They would then cash the checks and give the money back to the squadron, but they would be issuing the receipts. So when we became an incorporated entity, at the same time, we applied for our charitable status, and we then became our own separate registered charitable status shortly after we became incorporated. So we were a charitable entity from 2005 to 2012.
Yes.
Yeah. And then when we became a corporate entity and got the incorporation, it wasn't done at the same time. You have to, there's quite a few hoops you have to jump through once you're incorporated to get charitable status. So there's a bit of a lag between those two. And in the meanwhile, until we got that charitable status, our tax receipts would still be issued, even though we were an incorporated entity, through the Ontario Provincial Committee of the Air Cadet League, until such time as we got our own charitable status and our own charitable number.
Okay, thanks. The reason I'm asking is because the act that was, the bill that was passed clearly states that the tax exemption bylaw is for the when the specified property is owned by the corporation, and you technically weren't incorporated as a corporation until October 29th, 2013. Just wanted to confirm that.
Actually, Councillor, we were actually incorporated, I believe, before that.
That's what's in the documents.
Sorry, October 29th, letters, Pat, you're right, sorry, I apologize. October 29th, 2013. So I will give it back to Major Leonard to confirm that, but I believe when we entered into the purchase agreement, we entered into it as an ad hoc committee to do the purchase agreement. And the reason why we incorporated was because legal advice telling us that if you're going to have an asset of this nature, you should be as a corporation, because what happens if one of you goes?
I have no argument about that. It's
so
just
that's why. So
no.
we're still a charitable organization. So
Yep.
the SSC
No argument about that at all. It's only clarifying what the act says, which is the only way we can do a tax exemption bylaw in 2(1) brackets I is if the specified property is owned by the corporation. So you weren't a corporation, is what I'm clarifying, until October 29th, 2013.
Yeah,
That's all I need to clarify.
Yeah, but the actual legislation allows us, as long as we are currently a corporation that owns the property. We actually wrote the legislation very specifically because we didn't own the property officially until August 2020.
And I'm not worried about owning the property. I'm worried about the definition of corporation when you were actually incorporated, because you weren't a corporation as per this act until October 29th, 2013, when I'm looking at the interpretation of your status.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but the act is actually, as long as we're an incorporation as of when the bylaw is passed. It's not retroactivity of it. I spent a lot of time with legal counsel at the legislature.
I totally hear you, Mr. Quirk. I totally hear you. It's just, you're asking for retroactivity back to 2012 when you weren't a corporation.
No, but we're a corporation when we're asking for it.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bothwell, when we signed the purchase agreement with the Ontario Ukrainian Catholic Diocese of Ontario, one of the stipulations in that agreement was that 62 Phantom Squadron Sport Committee must assume all responsibility for taxes from the date that we signed our lease to own agreement with the Ontario delegation.
Yep, I'm totally fine with that. I'm just looking at how the bill is worded with respect to the identity of the corporation. That's all, and the date that you guys became incorporated. So that helps me clarify that. The only other thing I think, Mr. Quirk, is I was looking at the charitable reports, and you've done an amazing job, because it actually looks like in 2019 and 2020, your revenue was the highest it's ever been. It's like 150,000, and your expenditures are significantly lower. So in the report to the legislature, you talked about some of the COVID impacts, but I would suggest that whatever you're doing is going really, really well, because your revenue stream seems to be the highest it's ever been. Is that correct?
I don't think it's been the highest it's ever been, Councillor, but it was very strong because of two things. One, we did get a significant donation in terms of one of the members provided a significant donation to repair part of the property in terms of the furnaces and the air conditioning systems. So that is a money in, money out in terms of an in-kind type donation. And the other thing that I will say is that we actually did very well in terms of the work we did with respect to our garage sales that we hosted. When we had the house donated to us with all the contents, we then sold those, and then we had the donations, and we kept that going throughout COVID. So that was very successful for us as well. So absolutely, we worked really hard knowing that we had to pay off the mortgage that sooner rather than later as well. So yeah, we were unable to do any of our tagging, but keep in mind that our year end was August, so our year started in the September. So our cadets were out there working really hard from September 1st to March when we got shut down for COVID. So yeah, I would say that that first part of the year was really good for us. And after the shutdown, of course, the operating expenses, one of our big operating expenses is our March break trip. When we take the cadets off on educational and entertaining trips, a lot of the cost we didn't have to pay that cost. So of course our costs were a lot lower for that.
And I'm looking forward to working with you with the new, you're on the Heritage Register now, the church. And it's interesting to see that the transfer of title to the church, I think, happened in originally in 1931. So I think there's a huge amount of history there. You were talking about looking at working with the Heritage Trust or whatever, and looking at facade improvements and working with us maybe to get that designation through. So hopefully with the Heritage Committee, we can work with you and get that moving. So thank you for that commitment as well.
We are absolutely looking forward to getting designated as well, because it's such a beautiful building and it needs a little bit of work to get it up to speed and to sort of deal with the issues of accessibility. And to do that with the cooperation of the town and through the Heritage Trust, that I think is one of two churches of that nature left in Canada. And it's an absolutely gorgeous building, and the stained glass that's in there is fantastic to see. And I would invite anyone, once COVID's lifted, obviously, if you've not had a chance to walk into that facility, that you should at least pop your head in, because it is an absolutely gorgeous building. The church, the hall is a big box, but the church is a beautiful building.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Quirk. I've never heard of these SSCs, so that's something kind of new for me. So I guess maybe my understanding is a little bit better now, but so the SSC actually owns the building and the two properties.
Yes, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vardy. Essentially, the SSCs, if they're not incorporated, they buy things for the squadron or the cadet corps that they're related to, and then it just becomes the property of the cadet corps. When you're incorporated, we can buy things and it becomes our property. And the desire to be an incorporation versus just an ad hoc committee really depends on the sophistication of the people involved, as well as the desire to actually being able to issue your own tax receipts, as well as the sort of level of assets that you want to hold on to. So for example, we, on top of the property, the SSC also has a lot of the instruments that we've provided to the cadet corps for the two bands, the military band and the pipe and drum band. And we've paid for a lot of those instruments, and those get handed off to the squadron as their assets that they report back to DND. But critical capital assets like the building, and some SSCs have buses, and some in hangars have other assets. They just hold on to those in the SSC. And again, I liken that analogy of, if the squadron is the school and the military personnel are the teachers, we are the PTA, for lack of a better word.
So then the members of the corporation of the committee, those members can change all the time, can they not?
They can, absolutely.
And the corporation remains the same.
That's exactly
It's
true.
the committee as a whole, as opposed to individuals in the committee.
Absolutely, Councillor, you've got it right on. The corporation is an entity, and we also have mechanisms in place. Like, for example, if we lost all our board of directors, then it goes, they would fall into the Air Cadet League would then be able to step in and replace the directors if need be, much like they would do in any other situation.
So when you talk about renting to not-for-profits, so would you actually have them pay rent or like pay a fee to use the facility? Or so that would be how you generate some revenue?
Yeah, absolutely, Councilor.
So if I wanted to hold a wedding up there,
no,
that's not possible.
No.
So it's strictly for the use of other, you can do some revenue generation with other not-for-profits.
That's correct, Councilor. So
Okay.
for example, and when I say we rent, it's a very nominal fee because, for example, when McNally has their big banquet up there, they pay, I think, a nominal fee which covers our cleaning staff to go in and clean up afterwards. Like it's not a significant thing. They also they make a small donation to the squadron as part of that, but our fees are very reasonable, and that's why we're not in competition with sort of private halls that could do weddings and other sort of corporate events.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you. And congratulations on the squadron, on the good work you do in the community. I think it's amazing. I'm up there, when I go by up to the landfill, which now I'm trying to remember to stop at the metal bin there. And if I'm taking anything, which I have on occasion, which is good. And good to hear that's such a successful venture for you guys. Just a question I have, Tony, to you and David. Now, being the town is the collector of taxes, is the region and the DSBN, are they aware of this process, what's going on?
So I will say through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Cadwell, the region's very much aware of this because I started this whole process with Todd Harrison, the treasurer there, and the conversation we had with him because he is the one who gave me the guidance of what he did in Niagara Falls for the Boys and Girls Club, who went through a very similar situation. They except that they were talking hundreds of thousands of taxes, not a couple thousand. So he was aware of what we're doing. And in fact, it was his suggestion about the private bill and how that would work for us. We have not approached the school board, DSBN, or the Catholics board at all. But we did have, as part of the review of our private bill, the Ministry of Finance reviewed it on their behalf because those taxes are actually paid to the province and then back to the appropriate school boards. So the legal counsel for the Ministry of Finance were the ones that were reviewing it sort of on behalf of the school boards.
All right, thank you, Tony. I have a little bit of concern on the rebate part of it. Is there any back taxes owing, or has that all been, are you in a good position with all that right now?
Councillor Cadwell, I can let you know that we have paid the taxes on 101 Mountain Road, which is the vacant lot, which is the only one taxes that we were getting all along. We have paid that faithfully since day one. Every time the bill came into the church, they handed it off to us. I can only speak for myself as treasurer. We've never missed a payment. And even while this process has been going on, the taxes for 101 have been paid right up until, I believe today's the first day that the second quarter is due, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe sometime this week. And I haven't issued that check yet, knowing that this was going on. But we've kept those taxes in good standing all the way along. The taxes that are outstanding and backdated are all the ones from January 1st, 2020, which started this whole process.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the information, Tony and David. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Tony and David. We have moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Cadwell, resolved that the delegation from Tony Quirk and Dave Leonard be received. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Up next, we have report 8.1A. Councillor Sharp.
If I could, Mayor Jordan, I'd like to move report 8.1A with option 1.
Well, you can definitely be the mover for 8.1A. We're going to discuss what options. I assume I see other hands up there.
Are we going to have staff do the report, Mayor?
Yes, yes, we are. I just need a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. So seconder, Councillor Bothwell. Welcome, Melanie. You have the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I have a few comments for council to consider as they consider this report. So you've obviously just heard from the Squadron Sponsoring Committee delegation and their purpose. The report that's in front of you today is intended to summarize the financial impacts of the committee's ask to cancel taxes historically and to exempt taxes on a future basis. So as mentioned by the delegation, council endorsed the squadron's ask to seek a private bill in October of 2020, and that bill did receive royal assent in December 2020. So with that bill in place, council can now decide to what extent and for what period they want to support the cancellation of taxes and or the future exemption of taxes. So there are 3 properties in question, as mentioned by the delegation, and they're all used by the Air Cadets for the years in question that we're discussing today, so from 2012 to 2021. So with the goal of trying to guide council's consideration this evening, we laid out 4 options that council can consider. They range from option 1, which is fully supporting the ask of the squadron to cancel taxes on the eligible properties back to 2012 and exempting taxes on those properties from 2021 going forward, all the way to option 4, which is not providing any historical tax cancellation or providing any future tax exemption. Option 2 and 3 are middle of the road options, I guess you can say. So option 2 provides the option to go back just to 2020 and then rebate just the taxes for 2020 and then move forward with 2021 exemption. And option 3 provides council with a consideration of just moving forward with an exemption in 2021 on going forward. And we've tried our best to lay that out in a chart for you so you can see the different dollar impacts of each of those options, 1 through 4, which is laid out in the report. I'm happy to answer any questions on those amounts if anything requires further clarification. But basically what staff is seeking is for council to give us some guidance on which option they prefer. And based on this guidance, we would prepare a bylaw for the next meeting, which would then put this in place, and we would share that bylaw with MPACT, the region, the school boards, all of the impacted levying bodies as a result of passing that bylaw. So that's a summary of what we're trying to do with this report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Melanie. Councillor Vardy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I'd like to do is put a motion to defer on the table. And the reason being, I would like to get a more fulsome picture of not-for-profits that we provide tax relief to. And the reason I want to do this is I want to be assured that everybody's got a fair and level playing ground. So what I would like to do with that motion that I've to defer is ask staff to come back with a report to tell us which not-for-profits are not paying taxes, which not-for-profits that own something are paying taxes, just so that we've got consistency with respect to our policy and how we approach this. So thank you. So I guess, do we vote on that now, Mr. Mayor, because it's a motion?
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. I have you as the mover for a deferral motion. We just need a seconder. Councillor Frake. So we'll vote on the deferral now. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolve that report FIN 2110 regarding 62 Grimsby Phantom Squadron tax exemption and cancellation be deferred. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Catwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sharp?
No.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, up next, we have delegation from Adam Watershead. And it's talking about agenda item 8.2B, Municipal Act Delegation of Authority. Adam, welcome.
Thank you and good evening. Mayor, members of council, and the public. I appear before you tonight to provide information on the Municipal Act and the authority to appoint or dismiss a statutory officer. But before I begin start my presentation, I'd like to make a brief disclaimer and statement. While I am a member of one of the town's committees, I'm here in a personal capacity, and any opinions expressed are purely my own. I'm not a lawyer, paralegal, or otherwise licensed to practice law. My delegation tonight is purely for informational purposes and should not be considered as any form of legal advice or guidance. I would also hope that my delegation tonight encourages residents to become engaged with local issues, speak to matters, and become more involved with the democratic process. Members of council may find the content of my presentation informative, or they may not. The validity of the actions taken on March 30th are yours to debate as a council. As such, I am not offering any opinion on that matter. While I make no warranty as to the accuracy or completeness of the information presented, I believe it to be factual, and I will stand by my work. I'd just like to request the clerk to start the presentation, please. So this brief presentation is going to focus on the Municipal Act, specifically who has the authority to appoint or remove statutory officers based on my examination of the topic. Next slide, please. For the benefit of the public watching, I'll briefly introduce the Municipal Act. This is the most critical piece of provincial legislation that permits the creation and administration of local governments in Ontario. It provides a detailed framework of the structure, functions, powers, authorities, and spheres of jurisdiction that local government must operate within. Next slide, please. The Municipal Act transfers a large number of provincial powers to municipalities to allow them to largely self-govern. This is called delegation of authority. Section 23.1, subsection 1 of the Municipal Act permits municipalities and councils to further delegate or assign specific duties to a person or bodies within its organization. Next slide, please. The Act, however, prohibits the delegation or assignment of very important powers and duties and ensures that these can only be exercised by council. Section 23.3, subsection 1 lists these 9 classes of powers, but for this presentation, only the power to appoint or remove a statutory officer will be examined. Next slide, please. As was mentioned previously, the Act creates the structure of local government and stipulates mandatory positions required to ensure the fundamental and efficient operation of a municipality. Among the statutory officers of municipality are a municipal clerk and a treasurer. Other legislation requires the creation of similarly important positions. Next slide, please. The Municipal Act is very clear in prohibiting the delegation of power to appoint or remove from office statutory officers such as the clerk and treasurer. The appointment or removal of these officers can only be effected through an affirmative vote of council, taking the form of a bylaw in accordance with section 5.3 of the Act. Next slide, please. To understand how this particular part of the legislation functions in practice, I decided to take a look at how other municipalities and professional organizations view the matter. The Ontario Municipal Administrators Association is one of the foremost professional organizations in Ontario, comprising of approximately 350 municipal CAO and aspiring CAO members. Next slide, please. In 2015, the province was proposing and accepting input into changes to the Municipal Act, and the OMAA submitted a position paper. Although officers such as a clerk or treasurer report through the CAO, the OMAA definitively states these officer appointments are made and revoked by council by law. In their view, a CAO can only provide an advisory role in these matters. Next slide, please. I examined CAO and delegation of authority bylaws across many municipalities. Consistently, the municipalities clearly indicated that the appointment or dismissal of statutory officers is the sole jurisdiction of council. In Oshawa in 2019, a report was presented by legal staff to their council in regards to an update of their city manager bylaw. It states, quote, the only method by which a municipality may appoint or remove a statutory officer whose appointment is required by statute is via bylaw. There is no legislative authority to delegate that power to a municipal officer, including the chief administrative officer, unquote. Next slide, please. Although the legislation and other municipalities are quite clear on this matter, I decided to determine if I could find a Grimsby specific policy that addresses this. Among the policies the Municipal Act requires local government to develop and adopt is a policy on the delegation of its powers and duties. This was adopted by Grimsby Council in 2007 as Bylaw 07-91. While I did look for more recent updates to this bylaw, it appears to be the only instance of this policy and resultingly would be currently in force. Next slide, please. The policy has a general declaration of authority with the catch-all that any council function, duty, or power, unless it has been specifically delegated, remains with council. Delegation can only occur through a bylaw. Next slide, please. Section 8 of the bylaw essentially restates the powers and duties that are prohibited from being delegated by the Municipal Act. Namely, the excerpt demonstrates that council is not authorized to delegate the appointment or removal from office of statutory officers of the municipality whose appointment is required by the Municipal Act. Next slide, please. In closing, it is abundantly clear that councils are prohibited from delegating the authority to appoint or dismiss officers required by the Act. In adopting a policy on the delegation of authority, the town has reinforced this Municipal Act prohibition and stated that it is only council who can appoint or dismiss these statutory officers. This concludes my presentation. If members of council have any clarifying questions as the information presented, I will try my best to answer them.
Thank you for your presentation, Adam. Don't see any questions from council. Need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Oh, Councillor Vardy.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much, Adam, for doing that research. So it really does help to provide some context to some recent actions. So I think we're going to have to probably take a closer look at some things that have happened in the past and see how they're corrected. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Just curious if Adam knows, what's his thoughts between a bylaw and a contract?
Adam?
Yeah, I don't really, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to offer my opinion on it. A contract would be a agreement between an employer and an employee, whereas a bylaw would be more the effect of a decision of council to, basically I think I read in somewhere that it was Ontario Councillor's Guide that bylaws are the opinion of council put into law.
Okay, so through a bylaw, we can also have the powers to grant contracts, and bylaws will allow us to do that. And potentially in the contracts, we could give delegations of authority. Now, with that being said, I'm just curious if you were in the closed session on March 31st.
How would I be in a closed session?
I'm just curious as to their statements here that maybe some things happen at the March 31st.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm just curious as
I'm very uncomfortable with what's being insinuated.
Councillor Ritchie.
Just asking a question if he knew. Maybe talk to another councillor.
Councillor Ritchie, I don't think anyone needs to answer that. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah. I didn't say that I was just finished there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. So just also, I just see with the report and I see the disclaimer. I thought it was pretty interesting. So you said you took this topics. Have you examined many topics on the Municipal Act before?
I don't know, maybe not so much as, maybe a little more than a regular citizen, but perhaps not as much as a municipal lawyer.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'm just looking for clarification on how you're running these meetings. I believe the first delegation you didn't allow questions and now you're allowing questions. I understand the second delegation because there was a report right after that, but so how are we operating?
The first delegation, because we have a closed session later, and it's under legal review. That's why there were no questions taken from that, because any counselors asking a question could affect the status of the municipality if it does go to legal action. There's a closed session under the first delegation. And again, I was only allowing questions for clarification, which is part of our procedural policy. Thank you.
I'm fine with that. Thank you on that first delegation. And thanks.
You're welcome. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation, Adam.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that delegation by Adam Mottershead be received. All in favor? That's carried. Yes. The regional councillor does not have a report tonight, but I'd like to congratulate Councillor Furtick for becoming the chair of the Transportation Committee. Congratulations, Councillor. Councillor Cadwell, you had a question?
Yeah, if I may be allowed to ask the regional councillor a question.
Well, he's here.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Councillor Furtick. Just happened to be going down number 8 highway between Casablanca and Oaks Road. I wonder, could you give us an update, Councillor? I thought the resurfacing was going to be done last year, but is there plans to have the road resurfaced at all in 2021 between Casablanca and Oaks Road? Because that's horrible. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Council Cadwell, it's my understanding as well that from Casablanca to Oaks Road will be rebuilt. So I am hoping very much so that it looks like it's going to be this year. And the cabinet has sort of backed a lot of stuff up because there's certain construction that you can't start because of the virus and stuff, because of the COVID Act. So it looks like to me that it's going to be done this year, and if not this year, definitely next year. Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's just every year it gets worse. So hopefully the region, and I understand what you're saying with construction. I don't know, is possibly the road safety? Could that be essential? I think so, but yeah, I hope it does get done, Councillor, because it is in bad shape, I'll tell you. Thank you. Thanks for your
through you, Mayor, to Councillor Cadwell. I think it's been unsafe for the last 15 to 20 years. So I'm sure that another 6 months isn't going to matter. Not at this stage anyway. Let's hope it does get done. Thank you.
Well, you're right. Let's hope it doesn't, like there's no accidents.
Yeah. That's right.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I attended the last Transportation Steering Committee meeting, and congratulations to our regional chair our new regional chair of that committee, or chair of that committee. In the agenda, there was a note that the regional council approved $200,000 for the 2021 Bicycles Facility Grant Program, of which the town of Lincoln was awarded $50,000 in a joint effort to construct a multi-use path connecting St. John Elementary School to the existing sidewalk network on the south side of Highway 8. And I mention that because I know that Councillor Ritchie was quite curious and was trying to push for a bit of a sidewalk or some kind of a walking area there last year. So that came up in the last meeting at the steering committee. So I thought we should know that. And I'm sure that our public works guys will be working with Lincoln on this particular project to connect those walking areas. I don't know if Councillor Furtick would like to comment more on that or not.
Councillor
Well,
Furtick?
Sorry, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Frake. I would think in Grimsby, there's going to be a lot of construction going on in the next couple of years. There's also from Baker Road. There's also one from Baker Road right straight through to Bartlett. And then you're going to have the new school going in, and that's going to change that whole flow of traffic down in that area. So there's going to be lots of construction. And also there's going to be the Casablanca through to the North Service Road, as well as within the next 2 years, I would say, the construction of the Livingston extension. So Grimsby is going to be looking at a lot of construction in the transportation. But you're right, Councillor Frake, and thank you for your remarks about our meeting. So thank you.
I see Brandon is online here, so I don't know if he's, I'm sure he's aware of this particular project. I don't know if he wants to comment on it or not. I think it's important because I think a lot of the school kids walk dangerously along the road there. So I think this multiple use path will probably be very safe for them to walk down that area. I don't know if Brandon has anything to say about it. He might be very much aware of it.
Brandon?
If I could just butt in here, it's my understanding it's the municipality's responsibility to put the sidewalks in. And this is also the money that's coming from the region. It's a joint effort with the region and the municipality.
That is correct. Yeah, that's how I understand it.
Yes.
Thank you. Brandon, do you have any comments?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, yes, we're aware that the Lincoln received a grant from the region of Niagara. It's the 2021 Bicycle Facilities Grant. It was a joint application with the town of Grimsby and town of Lincoln to look at some form of connectivity, whether it's a sidewalk or a multi-use pathway between St. John's School and the I guess the west limit or east limit of Grimsby, the west limit of Lincoln. So we will be working with Lincoln in cooperation for bringing that forward.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. Just a quick question for clarification to Regional Councillor Furtick. You mentioned the Livingston extension within the next two years. Are you referring specifically only to the portion from Casablanca to Emily? Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bothwell. Well, but don't forget the road has to go in behind Emily in order to match up with the parking lot where the GO Transit's going to go in.
So it's extended just to the border of the across the region's parcel, the front of the region's parcel before.
That's right. I'm not talking about through the woodlot. That's another.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that was clear, that it was it was not going any further than the initial phase with the in conjunction with the Casablanca redevelop road reconstruction, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councillor Frake and Councillor Furtick for the little update there on the multi-use path from St. John's School to join up with Grimsby's sidewalks. However it's done, I just wanted to give a little background that was something that was brought up by Active Grimsby. There was initiative there. Any way we can get the students more active is a great thing, especially now with COVID and people being locked in for a long period of time. And I just also want to state that this is also an initiative because with St. John's School, they wanted to try to make use of the YMCA facilities, and without a sidewalk being there, they would have to be bused to the YMCA, which is literally, 100 yards down the road. This kind of activity would allow them to walk there. So this is a great initiative. So I just wanted to thank you for that update.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your update. That wasn't going to be an update, but became an update. Thank you, Councillor Furtick. Up next, we have the consent agenda. Just need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. And Councillor Bothwell, you have a change, something to lift?
Yeah, I would just like to lift the 2 billion trees from the Parks Rec, item 7.2A, just because it's exciting and I want to hear about it.
Okay. All right, so while the clerk's writing that up, I'll do the rest of the, Councillor Cadwell, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, could we get I'd like to lift the report FCR 21-05 with regards to fire safety and care facilities. Maybe the fire chief could just give us a bit of an update on that. I think that's very interesting report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. So I'll do the rest of the consent agenda. I have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items.
Just, Mr. Mayor, if we could.
Councillor Ritchie.
Sorry, if we could also lift report FIN 21-11 downtown improvement area budget.
Okay, so I'll read the resolution for the last two on the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report FRIN 21-09 2121 tax levy and tax rates. Bylaw 21-0586 Main Street West Consolidated Sign and Lighting Service Incorporated sign bylaw variance. All in favor? That's carried. All right. First up, we have item 7.1A, which is the FCR 21-05 fire safety and care facilities. Chief Thompson, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Councillor Cadwell, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. I read the report. I think it's just more for the public too. If you wouldn't mind just giving a Coles Notes version to that report, I think that'd be very appreciated.
Oh, okay. Well, back in the early 2000s, going into 2020, vulnerable occupancies have always been a concern, and there was significant fire loss and deaths in different municipalities and care facilities. So past administration, who was very proactive in prevention and education, came out with a care facility bylaw, and Grimsby was the first in the province to come out with an initiative on care facilities, and we were very aggressive of public education and enforcement and inspection through this bylaw endorsed by council, and it became recognized by the province. And back in the day, I believe Councillor Dunstall and yourself were on there. We were awarded a special citation from the province for this bylaw that we had in place. That has changed. There is an act now. Government came out with regulations and acts, and they changed it, and it was based on our bylaw. So as I said, we have regulation in place now in the Ontario Fire Code that ensures that all care facilities are maintained in the same consistent manner. And our bylaw no longer is required, and this is why it's being revoked tonight. But we should be very proud of what we did back in our day.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chief. Again, Grimsby was pretty much the leaders of that, and that's good to hear. Thank you very much for your summary.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Thompson. Now we move to, oh yeah, sorry, have to pass the resolution now. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report FCR 21-05 Fire Safety and Care Facilities dated May 3rd, 2021 be received, and the committee approved bylaw 12-41, a bylaw to establish performance standards in care facilities, be revoked. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to report 7.1C, report FIN 21-11, 2021 Downtown Improvement Area Budget. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And I know that the board isn't here. I don't know if yourself or Councillor Frey could even speak to this, but I just wanted to ask the question. Under administration, I see that there is $5,200 under contracted services. I was just curious what those contracted services would be.
Yeah, not being familiar with the budget, it was all taken care of.
And I'm happy to
by Stephen, but yeah. So Councillor Frake, did you want to speak on it?
Sorry, what? Sorry, Councillor Ritchie, what line was that?
It's under expenses and administration. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one down. It's contracted services, and it has $5,200 there.
I don't know all of the details in there, but I would think it's probably some consulting work that was done for the drafting of the downtown improvement area, the streetscaping. I think that's what it is. I would have to get a confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Thank you.
We have our treasurer here. Melanie, you could maybe add to it. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Can you hear me? I'm having just a little bit of trouble with my video. I want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I don't know the details of this budget. Obviously, it was considered by the board on January 27th. So I'm just bringing it forward to this committee to make sure that we have the proper approval in place prior to setting tax rates. Any details on the budget would have to go back. Questions would have to go back to the board since I don't have the history on the items included.
Thank you. Councillor Dunsel.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe I could direct my question through you to Melanie. Because it's down at the bottom, town requirements, it's under there. And in 2020, there was a tax write-off of $16,916, where in the past it's been around $1,500, and there's a budget in 2021 for $3,000. And I'm just curious to know what tax write-offs there would be for the DIA. So maybe if you don't have the answer now, maybe you could get back to us. Unless
So through the mayor, I can. Oh, yeah, through the mayor, I can certainly do that research for you and bring it back to you. What I can provide you as far as just some context on tax write-offs is that they fluctuate year over year depending on if any property owners put forward any requests for assessment appeals. I suspect what has occurred in 2020, one of the properties put forward an assessment appeal to MPACT, and it was settled, which resulted in a large write-off. Would be my general understanding, but I can confirm the details on which property and what assessment and bring that back.
Yeah, sure. It was a large sum of money, and okay, great, thank you.
And that, just to further that if we do see large sums one time because of some kind of an assessment appeal, we would never recommend increasing the budget for that going forward, right? They to be one-off items, so it does make sense to reduce the budget or to maintain a reasonable budget based on your historical trends for 2021. Because
I wasn't aware that it could happen like that. That's a huge amount. I guess it's important then that the DIA have some reserves to protect themselves against something like this. If they didn't have any money in their reserve, they would have been in a pickle. Could I say it like that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry, Melanie. Yeah, that's there's always there is a bit of a contingency built into the budget, Councillor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing. Well, here's an example, eh?
Because we can't really predict, whether these things are going to happen throughout the year.
Right.
Based on those taxes. So Melanie is correct, but if you want to know exactly which properties were involved, we can get that for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because reclassifications through MPAC sometimes can be multi-years in a rebate change. If MPAC rules to change a classification, that's why you can get larger than 1 year taxes being refunded. Councillor Bothwell?
I say to protect the DIA, they need to have some kind of contingency or reserve to protect themselves against something like this in the future too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, it's good to know. Good to know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yeah, I just, and of course, I know that this will probably come out further in Melanie's report, but it just sounds like the potential is there. The fire was an unforeseen case where there were 3 or 4 buildings that burned down. That could have taken some time as well for MPAC to look at rebating that, as well as the DeSantis property where it became vacant. So it's when there's a demolition or whatever. So it's potential that, how do you forecast for something like that? That's an unforeseen, and it's quite possible the fire was like a one-off, where 4 buildings were taken. So hopefully, yeah, we'll get that clarification. And MPAC is, with the freezing of assessments and all that stuff, and the COVID and the backlog, I'm not surprised it took them this long to get through some of that work. So thank you.
Great, seeing no more. Oh, Councillor Frake.
I know. I just wanted to say that to Councillor Dunstall, there's, with COVID this past year, it's been pretty difficult, and the DIA has tried to help a lot of the businesses downtown to kickstart some of their programs in terms of gift certificates and that type of thing. So we funded some of those things to draw people downtown, and we funded part of this the NRT the rapid transportation program for picking people up and coming down, bring them downtown to shop. So we funded some of that. So we try to help as much as we can with in unknown circumstances to draw people downtown, and through gift certificates and subsidizing lifts by the NRT and so on and so forth. So sometimes you just don't know where you're going to go, but you have to have that contingency plan in there.
Councillor Dunstall.
Sorry, Councillor Frake brought it up. Thank you. Through you to Councillor Frake. Yeah, I saw that on the budget, the gift certificates, which I thought was really good. And I think in 2020, you expensed about $3,500, but you don't have a budget for 2021. Did you not know about the third wave coming? Because you really need to do something again this year, like last year.
As you said earlier, never crapshoot.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that because you don't have anything in the budget for gift certificates this year.
We'll find some money.
Just need a mover and seconder, seeing no further discussion. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report FIN 21-11 2021 Downtown Improvement Area Budget dated May 3rd, 2021 be received, and that the 2021 Downtown Improvement Area Budget as outlined in Appendix A be approved. All in favor? That's carried. (8.2). Okay, perfect. All right, up next we have resolution 8.2A, CAO performance appraisal. Need a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Vardy. Second by Councillor Sharp. Any discussion? Seeing none, moved by, Counselor Vardy.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a friendly amendment. And that the clerk reach out to CAMA for a recommendation for someone to do the appraisal. If that's okay with Counselor Frake.
You looking for me?
Yeah, Counselor Frake.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I got cut off. Can you repeat that, Councilor Vardy? I didn't hear you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just saying I wanted to make a friendly amendment that the clerk go through CAMA to get a recommendation of who could do the appraisal.
Yeah, I go along with that. It's not a problem. I think we should keep this as third party, as independent as possible.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Ritchie.
Mayor Jordan, I think I'm the seconder on that motion.
Yeah, Counselor Sharp.
Yeah, I suppose I'm okay with it. I don't see, it's not a big change.
Great, thank you. Counselor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I see this here that we're looking for a third party to do this. Under the Municipal Act, when you start looking at this, when we assign a CAO, one of the things that the CAO can do is put strategic priorities, strategic goals in there. And, once they're set, they can be aligned with an acronym called SMART, which is specific, measurable, assignable, realistic, and time-related. And I think with our strategic priorities, I think the best people to do an appraisal on our CAO is ourselves, because we're the ones that set the strategic priorities. We're the ones that set our strategic goals. And when I look back at the January 11th report that he gave to us, I mean, during a pandemic at this time, like that's been happening, I think it's actually unbelievable the accomplishments that we have had as a town. Putting financials, getting the financial situation for the hospital together, transit, so forth, so many things. And we actually voted on that again, 9-0, and commended him on a great job that we have done. So with that, I don't know if we have, what's in the contract, but many times when you look at a performance appraisal, and just by going by the response of us at the January 11th, that I would think that the CAO performance appraisal at this time would be favorable, which then would set up the potential for a wage increase, which is going to be only controversial in going through the third wave of this pandemic. So at this time, I would like to put a motion on the floor to defer this until I believe December or January. Actually, if I could, I would like to ask the CEO if he plans to do another report like he did on January 11th. So I'd like to defer, and if he is, then I'd like to defer this until that report comes forward.
I'll second that deferral.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, CAO, I was just waiting for your hand up, that's all.
Yeah, if I may, yes. In fact, as you know, in the January 11th report, we already talked about objectives in that report that we would start to do in 2021. And we're moving forward on many of those objectives. So I would provide a comprehensive report on our accomplishments in 2021, no later than mid-January of 2022. So I will be providing a similar report.
So if we may, if we can have the deferral to January of 2022.
Okay, I'll read the deferral motion. I move by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the item regarding the CAO performance appraisal be deferred until January 2022. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
Up next, we have Resolution 8.2B, legal opinion about the removal of an individual from a statutory position. Need a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Any discussion? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Whereas Part 2 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001 C25 confers broad powers to municipalities to govern their affairs, and whereas Section 23(3)(1) of the Municipal Act 2001, titled as powers cannot be delegated, does not authorize a municipality to delegate the power to appoint or remove from office or an officer of the municipality whose appointment is required by this act. And whereas Section 286(1) of the Municipal Act 2001, titled as treasurer, states that a municipality shall appoint a treasurer, that being the appointment of an officer required by the Municipal Act 2001. And whereas on about March 30th, 2021, the Chief Administration Officer for the Town of Grimsby, Harry Schlang, terminated the employment of the treasurer, and whereas the action of the CAO removed from office an officer required by the Municipal Act 2001 without authorization from or a bylaw of council. Therefore, be it resolved that the clerk engage the town's council to render a legal opinion as to whether the termination and removal of this officer by the CAO was authorized at law. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
No.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
No.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp, Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's defeated.
Now we move to notice of motion report. All right, now we're moving to report 7.2A. And that's the billion trees. That's a lot of trees. Councillor Bothwell, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, just if Director Sweeney can just give us a quick overview. From what I'm reading, it's an exciting opportunity to partner with the NPCA, who I guess is the proponent for the federal funding or the funding initiative, but that we would be a partner with them if they're successful. And if she can explain that, and there's no money putting out right now, but the end result is that we get to increase our tree canopy, we get to become work more towards our Carolinian capital designation and a whole bunch of other things. So if Director Sweeney could just give a quick overview about the good things that could come out of this, and that we're just endorsing the NPCA's submission, I believe at this point, that would be appreciated. Thanks.
Sarah, welcome. I'd love to hear about a billion trees, or at least some of them.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Councillor Bothwell characterized that quite well. Thank you for a good summary. The 2 billion trees is a federal government project, and right now they're just taking expressions of interest. So the NPCA will play the lead role with it. All municipalities, or I believe all, certainly all seem to have interest in partnering with this, working with the NPCA and doing our part as part of that 2 billion trees. So it is just right now an expression of interest. There's no commitment. It does seem that they're looking to get the work underway fairly soon. I believe they have sort of a 10-year target. And our expression of interest at this point, I believe, will be the ability to plant 2 million trees in Niagara. That doesn't mean we'll get 2 million trees. And again, that would be over a 10-year time frame. So it is spread out over quite an amount of time. But it is a very exciting initiative for us to really invest in our tree canopy, but also form a really good partnership project. So as more information becomes available, we'll most certainly be sharing it.
I just want to say thank you very much for taking the initiative to do this at this time and really putting your energy and effort into it. It is so much appreciated that you're going that extra step to watch out for these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really, and again, it's really all the municipalities really jumping in. It's really exciting to see the enthusiasm that's come from all of them. It's an exciting partnership piece.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I know we're impressed with 1 billion trees, but I think that it's actually 2 billion trees, and that's a lot of trees. Thanks.
And if I may, Mayor Jordan, just to clarify again, it's 2 billion trees across Canada. So we are not planting 2 billion trees. Our piece that we have said we would have capacity for could be 2 million.
Great, thank you for that clarification, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Cadwell.
Boy, I think I'm brand new at this pretty much. Yeah, we're talking about trees. I just want to thank Sarah and staff for working so quickly and diligently for the safety of Nellis Beach Park. I know there's two trees that had to come down, and I know I've been talking with Sarah a lot about this because of I'm down there with my dog and when you see it from below, it's scary how much the shoreline was eroded underneath that huge tree. And I just thought, if that thing, and we had some good winds just the other day, 80 kilometer gusts and that. So, I mean, we don't like to take trees down, but when it's a safety thing, and Sarah, great work. You got to it really quick. Yeah, I was down there with one just last week, and I seen the contractor with a big bucket. I thought, wow, this is really quick. But thank you very much, Sarah, to you and your staff for recognizing the safety issue there and really getting to it right away. That's appreciated very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. I will share that expression with our staff because they did get it done very fast.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a comment, because we're throwing $1 billion around, or 2 billion. And of course, in this day and age, a millionaire isn't worth much anymore. You can't even buy a house for $1 million. But just to give you an idea of the difference between 1 million and 1 billion, there's 11 days in 1 million seconds. There's 32 years in 1 billion seconds. You can use a calculator. It works. I've done it. So 1 million seconds takes 11 days. 1 billion seconds takes 32 years. Think about that. There you can start to figure, wow, okay? That's a lot of trees.
It is a lot of trees.
Good for us, good for us. Good work.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. I almost thought we were on an episode of Quirks and Quarks there. Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, terrific. What can I say, Sarah? Terrific. Just make sure some of them are Carolinian.
Just to address that, Councillor Vardy, I know the NPCA is also very keen to really invest in the Carolinian. I even mentioned it in the report purposely, as did they in their presentation. So while I won't speak on behalf of all municipalities, I think you can fully anticipate to see a very strong representation of Carolinian.
Excellent, Sarah. That's good to hear. Seeing no further questions or comments? Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that report DRS 21-14 2 billion trees RFI submission be received for information. The council approved the attached resolution in Appendix A and the letter of support in Appendix B. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a notice of motion, introduction date, May 3rd, 2021, subject NPI dividends and requested by Councillor Vardy. Whereas Grimsby budget 2021 and each subsequent budget year has earmarked $200,000 from the levy for the town of Grimsby's allocation of the new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, and whereas financial recovery from COVID may take several years for residents and businesses, and whereas the costs represent an additional financial burden to the tax-paying residents of Grimsby, and whereas the town of Grimsby anticipates to receive dividends from Niagara Power Incorporated NPI in the amount of $180,000 for an annual dividend and a one-time dividend of $1 million from funds from the sale of the biodigester, and be it resolved that all dividends from NPI continuing and one time be dedicated to the payment for the hospital to ease the tax demand on residents. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the May 17th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. Sarah. Another notice of motion, May 3rd, 2021. Subject parking over 16-hour time limit, requested by Councillor Vardy. Whereas the province of Ontario is currently in a lockdown and citizens are required to work from home, and whereas many residents require street parking for their vehicles, and due to work at home requirements, their vehicles may go over the 16-hour allowable parking limit, be it resolved that the 16-hour time limit for on-street parking not be enforced until such time as the town deems it appropriate for it to be reinstated, and that parking in no parking areas, fire hydrants, or vehicles that pose an obstruction or safety hazard will continue to be ticketed. I acknowledge that the notice of motion will be given consideration at the May 17th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. Up next, we have correspondence. Oh, one endorsement. All right. Councillor Dunstall.
Are we doing correspondence at this point?
Yes, we are.
Oh, good, good. I asked actually to have it put on the correspondence. It's a resolution from the city of Cambridge, a request for paid leave. And, you know, from these last few months, because of COVID-19, we're hearing a variety of things that are going on when it comes to paid sick leave or not paid sick leave. And it, in the body of this resolution, it suggests that workers who are denied paid sick days do not avoid illness. And this is the concern, especially with COVID-19 in its third wave, is really hitting the workplace, especially essential services. But the federal government has the CRCB, the CRSB, and the CRB. So there's three different programs that they offer. Well, the first one that I mentioned was for caregiving. So if you've got an elderly relative, an uncle, a parent, and you need to stay home to take care of them during this COVID-19, you can get that benefit.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. Should we be lifting the correspondence at this point, and then the discussion happens when we're on the other?
Sorry.
Right?
Yes, yeah, I think that was appropriate. I wasn't sure if Councillor Dunstall was just making a quick comment on that piece of correspondence and didn't want it lifted. So first off, well, I'll start with the Statistics Canada census.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I was going to lift that, and I'm going to lift the code of conduct, and I want to lift the Pelham correspondence, please, for discussion.
Okay. Pelham.
A16 to Pelham. And I'd like to speak on the census, Statistics Canada census and the municipal code of conduct consultation, please. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'd also like to lift A16 South Bruce Peninsula Lottery licensing. It's the second last one.
And can I lift the last one?
Yes.
Very thank you. Yeah.
So Councillor Bothwell, we do have a separate resolution for the census. Did you want to speak on that one first?
So yeah, my point was to recommend the motion within that document to encourage everyone to participate in the census and how important it is to the town with respect to our ability to deliver our services and our infrastructure and engage the diversity of our community, that we really, really work hard to encourage everyone to participate. So I'm just in full support of that motion going forward as part of that piece of correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you. So
this is what it looks like. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that came today, I think.
That came today. Yeah, yeah. And it's all done online now.
All right, so I'll read the first resolution about the census that was lifted. We just need a seconder and then I'll get it on the floor. Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Council of the Town of Grimsby supports the 2021 census and encourages all residents to complete their census questionnaire online at www.census.gc.ca. Accurate and complete census data, support programs and services that benefit our community. Sorry, support programs and services that benefit our community. Councillor Sharp, you want to discuss that? Councillor Sharp, you're muted.
My apologies. I wanted to make one point, something that came across my feed. I noticed it a while ago, was that there are jobs available for the Canada Census. They're called enumerators, or there's actually paid work. It's part-time. Some people might be interested in taking up this job. You can find it at census.ca/jobs. I don't know the whole thread, but they're paid, and there's work, so you can A, help out with collecting this census data, and B, make a little bit of money. Some people might have some extra time or be off right now. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Seeing no further questions, I'll read the resolution again, just because I want to add that comma there and read it properly now. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Council of the Town of Grimsby supports the 2021 census and encourages all residents to complete their census questionnaire online at www.census.gc.ca. Accurate and complete census data, support programs and services that benefit our community. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. All right. So the next lifted piece of correspondence is Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Municipal Code of Conduct consultations. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I see that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has reached out to us for us to select a participant in the Code of Conduct review. And they're asking that a member of our council be identified by Thursday, May the 6th. So I would like to put forward Councillor Vardy if she is interested and nominate her as our representative on this panel. I don't know how the clerk wants to look at that selection. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
No, I'd be very interested to participate.
All right, we'll see if any other council members want to be involved. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I brought a motion in January 21st of this year for this exact specific reason, and it was voted down by this council. I don't remember what the recorded vote was, but it was to support the code of conduct with the city of Ottawa. And I think that anyone who's selected should have voted in favor of that motion to move forward. And therefore, I would like to put my name forward for this. But I also think that anyone else that we consider should have voted in favor of that. Thank you.
That may be your opinion that you would like to have anyone that voted in favor, but I think that is just what it is. It is an opinion, and people can change their minds, and people do often change their minds, and what they voted for in January, they may not vote for in May. So, Councillor Ritchie, anyone else? Councillor Vane. Oh, sorry, I think.
I'll second Councillor Ritchie's name. I'd put in for it as well, but I'm okay with Councillor Ritchie doing it since he did initially vote in favor of it and didn't waffle and change his vote since then.
Well, I don't know if waffling is the right term, because changing an opinion is not waffling. So.
Okay, just my opinion though, that's all.
Councillor Vane, continued outbursts like that will result in your removal from this meeting.
Numbers. I'm just explaining. It was my opinion, like you keep
No,
saying.
it's the commenting after with the laughing.
I didn't laugh.
Mayor Jordan, point of order. I believe that, sorry, Councillor Ritchie, please let me finish. I believe that Councillor Ritchie had the floor and you interrupted him. And I believe that when you participate in the debate, so he makes, that you can't finish people's sentences
I'm
and
not
then expect them
participating in the debate. Only
please let me
offering
finish,
an
Mayor
opinion.
Jordan. Please let me finish, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Sharp. Now,
May I finish?
You go ahead.
Okay, so sometimes, and you did it right there, you've done it to me in the past, you finish people's sentence. So when a councillor is speaking, he has the floor like Councillor Ritchie or Councillor Vane did, and then he's making a point, he's talking his opinion, he says, in his opinion, he thinks that Councillor Ritchie is okay because he hasn't waffled on the, and then you finish his sentence and you say, I don't think waffling is, so that's debate, right? Because his opinion says he thinks that Ritchie is good because he hasn't waffled. And then you, as the mayor, so most councillors don't have the opportunity to cut somebody off when they're have the floor, but the mayor, you have taken that opportunity. And then you say, I don't think that waffling is right. And that's an opinion, right? And that's participating in the debate.
Or
So excuse me, Mayor Jordan, you're doing it right now. Let me finish, please. So when you're not supposed to participate in the debate, it's not proper for you to cut somebody, Councillor Vane in this case, off, correct the word that he used in his own opinion.
I was making a ruling. Thank you very much. And then when Councillor Vane continues, because he still had the floor, you give him a warning to be removed from the meeting. Councillor Vane had the floor at that time, Mayor Jordan, and you've done it to me and you've done it to him, and I really think it's inappropriate. And so if you would hold your comments until after the person who has the floor is finished, so they can make their point. And then if you want to participate in the debate, I suggest that you appoint the deputy and you leave the chair. Thank you. So, Councillor Sharp, just a point of clarification. You said Councillor Ritchie had the floor?
Apologize. I meant Councillor Vane. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm not sure where we are anymore. I wanted to put my name forward as well for this particular session with the municipal housing and municipal affairs. So just want to put that forward. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think I was the first to respond to that email with my interest, so I would like to put my name forward. I've been doing a lot of research with George Cuff, learning about the governance, procedures and that. And I also read the Municipal World magazine, which gives you a lot of good information. I hope more counselors, if you do, that's great. If you don't, please educate yourselves more. But I want to put my name forward too. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I don't want to put my name forward, sorry, but we've got 4 people that put their name forward. Can more than one person go? I know they were looking for one representative, but I mean, everybody has a vested interest in this, and can more than one person go to it? Is it a requirement that only one person go? I read it earlier on, I just don't remember.
So what the clerk has told me, we're going to vote for one, and then see if we have the runner-up will be, the clerk will inquire whether another person can go or another councillor can go. The clerk's going to start the voting now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Councillor Vardy, Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Frey, Councillor Cadwell. If you can cast your vote to one of the members, that'd be great. Councillor Bothwell?
Councillor Vardy.
Councillor Dunstall?
Councillor Cadwell.
Councillor Frake?
Councillor Vardy.
Councillor Cadwell?
Councillor Cadwell.
Councillor Ritchie?
Councillor Cadwell.
Councillor Sharp?
Councillor Cadwell.
Councillor Vane?
Councillor Cadwell.
Councillor Vardy?
Councillor Vardy.
Mayor Jordan?
Councillor Vardy.
So I have Councillor Cadwell, and I'll inquire about Councillor Vardy. Thank you.
All right. All right. Okay. Up next on our correspondence that was lifted, we have South Bruce Peninsula lottery licensing to assist small organizations. Who want to speak on that?
Right.
Councillor Sharp.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So this came across my email from one of the admins at Town Hall, and it caught my attention because I'm on the board at the museum, and I'm involved in some other charitable or not-for-profit, maybe not charitable, not-for-profit committees, things around town, and specifically at the museum. But so sometimes we're doing these fundraisers, and you want to follow all the rules, and a lottery license is required for things like raffles and some of the stuff that you might get donations for, and then raffle them off to earn small amounts of money for I mean, whatever your cause is, whether they're not for profit or charity. It might be like, for example, the Friends of the 40. We might be doing something at the 40 Mile Creek or the museum, and we're always caught between that we have to like make up these games that are not lottery, and like you can add a skill testing question because it makes it somehow legally like not a lottery. I don't know how that works exactly, but I would like to endorse this motion asking the province to allow lottery licensing to assist small organizations. And if my colleagues would agree, I would just like to endorse it and send it to the province. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Just to clarify, being on the library board, both the museum, the art gallery, and I believe the library all currently have the option to participate in lotteries. The government recently passed legislation that permits we're nonprofits. The library has a registered nonprofit arm. I believe the museum does as well, and the art gallery, all of which can use the mechanism of the AG, Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario's lottery licensing provisions. In fact, the library was actually looking at that as a fundraising revenue generating option. So I think this motion that Councillor Sharp is looking at is specifically related to small businesses that don't qualify as nonprofits or charitable organizations. So it's a different group of businesses. I just wanted to make it clear that from what I understand, the legislation is in place that we are able to use that mechanism. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
If I could just follow up on that, Mayor Jordan, it is talking about small organizations and the foundation of the rural Ontario, and the selfless volunteer hours that are logged by these organizations who may not necessarily be considered not-for-profit or charitable. So businesses that might want to contribute to a cause, but they're a business, right? They're not a not-for-profit. So there are businesses in town that might want to contribute to, what do they call it in here? Contribute to our communities. And the small organizations that, for example, cook for the homeless or clean up parks or flower beds, read to young people, teach life skills, organize parades, put on concerts, the list goes on. But these are, as Councillor Bothwell said, they're organizations that are not for profit, but that are that are doing things that contribute to our communities. And so I'd like to endorse this and send it to the province. I mean, it's already on its way, but I would just like to endorse it and say that we agree that a small business who wants to run like a raffle for whatever, a thing in the park, like to I don't know, I can't think of a specific example, but and they might get some donations and raffle them. Like if you follow the rules, of course you can do this without following the rules, and no one is the wiser typically. But if you want to follow the rules, which a lot of businesses do, then I think that I'd like to support this and endorse it and send it to the province. It's already going to the province. I just want to show our support for it. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I want to endorse something like this, because as far as I'm concerned, a small business, and I've had experience in this in the past through when I was employed by the Fifth Wheel. So we wanted to run a raffle at Christmas time. And so we went to the Lions Club, and they got the lottery license, and we printed the tickets with the lottery license on it. And all the proceeds went to the Lions Club. So there's mechanisms already in place for small businesses to help. I used to sell Nevada tickets, but I had to find a charity that I could donate the funds to. And again, there's a lottery license. So I'm not sure what small businesses are planning to do by having a lottery license themselves. So I'm not comfortable with it. So I'd rather not endorse it at this point.
Any further comments? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, appreciate you allowing me to have the back and forth. But so these businesses would be applying for a lottery license, and you would presume that if they do apply for the lottery license, they would be required to be doing it for a charitable cause. I mean, they're going to have to go to the OLG, or I don't know a lot about applying for lottery licenses, but so while they may not be not-for-profit, and while they may be only supporting, I don't know, a bench or a pavilion in like a park area, they would have to follow all the applicable rules for applying for a lottery license and get a lottery license. But this would allow them to apply for a lottery license, even though they're not a not-for-profit, but because they are doing something for the community with the proceeds of the lottery license. So they still have to get a lottery license. They wouldn't have to do it through the Lions, or they wouldn't have to do it through a charity, they could actually do it themselves. But thank you. That's I won't share anymore. Thanks, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Bothwell.
Just yeah, again, it's not that I'm totally against this, but I echo Councillor Dunstall's concerns. And the wording in this letter, again, we're looking at small organizations, and we don't know who the leaders of those organizations are. We're hoping that they're all legitimate, and we're hoping they're all above board, but the potential for opening a door to fraud is there. The other option is it talks about that that they could still receive a lottery license if their proceeds benefit the community, but there's nothing to restrict, as we do with nonprofits, those organizations, how much or what percentage, and reporting relationships through the charities online thing. So these could be small businesses then, and a lot of the stuff could be hidden income that it wouldn't be reportable. So it just leaves a little bit, you'd like to think everybody's above board and they're doing it all for the good of the community, but without a framework like they have in place now, it just kind of opens a can of worms, I think. And I think like Councillor Dunstall said, we've even Parks and Rec has taken advantage of those partnerships with an organization that has a lottery license or that has a nonprofit status in order to generate funds for a community venture. So I'm hesitant on this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Dunstall.
Sorry, I don't want to keep beating this up, but I do, from a small business perspective, I mean, I see the advantage of using a service club or a not-for-profit. You get a bigger bang for your buck than you would trying to do it on your own. So I don't see the merits of going and allowing small businesses to get their own lottery license. There's no merit to it.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. And I just want to further an opinion. I won't be debating this. Just that as a municipality, we want to further alliances between business and our not-for-profit community organizations. And I would rather see it do the way Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Dunstall mentioned it. And it makes much more sense to take the Lions Club or the Kinsmen or whatever and get them together with sponsorship from the businesses, and that's furthering alliances between community organizations and our small businesses, which is we are a community that are all in this together, and I think it's more inclusion than division. So I'll leave it at that. Councillor Sharp.
I would like to withdraw.
Do you just want to change it to
receive?
Receive. All right.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right. So it's just in that one? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. The next one up that was lifted is the City of Cambridge paid sick days.
May I speak a little more on that?
Yes, Councillor Dunstall.
I know I got carried away there, but I guess what I would really like to ask council, because I think that there's a genuine concern here that the City of Cambridge is talking about, and we've heard it in the news time and time again about for essential workers not being able to take time off because they're not getting paid, and then they go to work sick, and then they infect the whole workplace. But my concern is that I don't know if the direction they're going is the way to go. And I'll read the last paragraph. And then further, that upon council's approval of this motion, that it be forwarded to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Provincial Minister of Labour, the Premier, and other Ontario municipalities. And I'd like to reach out to them if council would endorse me doing that with the City of Cambridge to see if we could take a different approach. I really think it's a federal jurisdiction. We need to do this across Canada, where we have a good comprehensive sick benefit for all our employees in the private sector. There is something already operating right now through the federal government for the pandemic. And I mentioned that CRCB, the CRSB, and the CRB, which is there. I think what the problem employees are having is they can't get it right away. So there's a 2-week delay. so they don't book off sick. The province of Ontario has now offered 3 days sick pay, and they're working it through the employer. So the employer gets rebated. So at least the employee can take the time off and not be disrupted with his pay. And I think that probably is part of the problem and why people are staying at work when they're sick. But we're in the third wave, and we really need to address this quickly, because I really think it's critical, and that's why we're having so many cases at this point in time with the variants of concern. So I'm just wondering if the council would endorse me to allow me to talk to the city of Cambridge, the city clerk, and see if there's a different direction this could go, because I'm not comfortable with the way they're going with it. That was all. So, thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
I have read this resolution, this motion by Cambridge as well, and it has some good points in it, some very, very valid arguments. And provincially, I know we've introduced the 3 days, so I don't have a problem with endorsing this letter. I do have a problem with having one of our councillors reach out to an outside of our region city to off the cut, on the side, discuss matters that are related to council business. I'm not comfortable with that at all. Sorry.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I appreciate Councillor Dunstall's interest in this. I'm just wondering, obviously, you'd be reaching out with staff, have a, with a staff member as a resource to try to, move forward to this. I would, just on your own with staff, I'd be fine with that. Thank you.
So through our staff, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I wonder if a solution to this would be that we would endorse it, because this is already approved by the Council of the City of Cambridge, and so if we would receive and endorse it, and also forward it to our MP Dean Allison and the appropriate body, I don't know who is the federal parliament, or so we would take their resolution, which they've already passed, we would receive and endorse it and forward it to Dean Allison and the federal parliament. Is it parliament? And then so they would receive it as well. Is that a solution which doesn't require us to go to the city of Cambridge or town of Cambridge? Or
Yeah, we're welcome to add that direction to the resolution. Clerk's doing that now.
If Councillor Dunstall's okay with it, I don't want to take over. It seems like it might be a way to get around doing the extra work.
I guess what I was looking for was some kind of a friendly amendment to the City of Cambridge resolution to specifically send it off to the federal government. But I don't know, Dean Allison will look at it and say, well, they're just suggesting it's a provincial matter, and it'll get put in his file, because it doesn't refer to anything about the federal government, yet they're administering it, these benefits right now through the employment insurance or through Service Canada. So, it's, and I think that's why the Premier was delaying this, because he was hoping that the federal government would enhance their program, which it went back and forth. I don't want to go into the mud with that, but I just think that the emphasis is the federal government should be looking at this too. They're looking at universal income, so personal income, and this is more important right now.
CAO.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I agree with Council Sharp. I mean, the City of Cambridge has already made this decision. I would recommend, we endorse and send to the MP, and perhaps, we could also send a letter to AMO to continue to lobby the federal government on this, but to get the council to change their mind or amend is not an effective use of resources at this time.
Councillor Dunstall, you okay with the
I'm
amendment?
perfectly, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll read it. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the correspondence from the City of Cambridge paid sick leave be received and endorsed and further be sent to Niagara West MPP, MP, and the federal government. All in favor? That's carried. All right, so up next we have the Town of Pelham request to Region of Niagara to delay official plan update. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Gordon. I would like to endorse this resolution from Pelham as well and CC it to all the same parties that they have. Because what it is it's, and a number of municipalities have done this, the province is pushing forward with a lot of their initiatives within the provincial policy statement and the growth plan, and they're planning horizon up to 2051. And as everyone knows, I believe the region of Niagara is undergoing a municipal comprehensive review, a review of their regional official plan. And they've had a number of the last year and a half to 2 years, a number of public engagements over Zoom and other manners to update the different sections of the regional official plan, the natural heritage, the archaeological, the transportation, and all of those. And what I found participating in these in the past, when they had them publicly in person, is they would get a good turnout at some of the locations, and we're able to better engage with people one-on-one. What's happening with Zoom is it's disadvantaging a large portion of the population that would like to participate in these types of public meetings and can't. And so municipalities are saying Zoom isn't the only platform. We need to look at some of these significant policy changes and stuff that we're doing and move them back a bit, step back and wait until COVID is over and that we're able to better engage the public. So this motion is reiterating that we're asking the province to slow down, to not put the timelines in place for the regional official plan review to be completed so that it can have more opportunity for public engagement. It also talks about the impacts of COVID and the impacts of the transportation patterns as a result of COVID. The way where people live is changing because of COVID. So the need for intensification and the numbers that they're using right now and the statistics they're using to 2051 may not be relevant to that long term of a span. So there's a bunch of things in here that they're saying, hey, there's a lot of things we have to step back and look at a little more slowly in the context of COVID. And they're asking the province to slow down. So I would like to move that we also support, as I said, this motion. A significant part is talking about the land needs assessment and where that intensification and the number of population and density that we're expected to get. So it's just saying, let's slow down and let's look at that a little later. So they're saying they're suspending the deadline it has set for conformity until the land needs assessment framework can be revisited to adjust to the significant changes to the nature of work that are reducing office space and parking space needs, et cetera. So I would like to just, as I said, then move this motion to endorse and submit our endorsement to the parties that are CC'd. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Seeing no further discussion, we just need a seconder on this.
I'll second it.
Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the correspondence under planning and development pertaining to the Town of Pelham requests the Region of Niagara to delay official plan update be received and endorsed, and further be circulated to Premier Doug Ford, Honorable Steve Clark, Niagara's local municipalities, and leaders of the provincial opposition parties, Niagara's MPPs, and the greater Golden Horseshoe municipalities. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we have the rest of the correspondence. Need a mover and seconder. Oh, this is to receive the two that were lifted, so not the rest yet. So just a mover and seconder to receive the two that were lifted. Councillor Frake, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance pertaining to Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Municipal Code of Conduct consultations, South Bruce Peninsula Lottery licensing to assist small organizations be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we need a mover and seconder for the rest of the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance pertaining to City of Welland, Niagara Region Transit Governance Strategy, City of Welland, Niagara Central, Dorothy Rungling Airport, and Niagara District Airport, Region of Niagara 2020 Reserve Water and Wastewater Treatment Capacities, Region of Niagara 2021 Property Tax Rates and Ratios, Region of Niagara Support Local Journalism and News Media, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board Meeting Highlights, April 16th, 2021, and correspondence under Public Works pertaining to Town of Fort Erie province investigating and updating source water protection legislation, Region Niagara Combined Sewer Overflow, CSO Control and Wet Weather Management, WWM Program, 2021 funding recommendations. All in favor? That's carried. Before we move into closed session, the next meeting of Committee of the Whole is scheduled for May 17th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Now I'm going to read the electronic participation to move into closed session. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per a procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the Council of the Town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm no one else is present with you, and confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you're not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie?
Understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp?
I understand and confirm to all except electronic devices.
Councillor Bain?
Understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vardy?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Myself, I understand and confirm to all of the statements.
Mayor, point of inquiry.
Yes?
We're 3 hours in. Before we go into close, could we have a couple of minutes just to? Is that appropriate?
Pardon me? Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go into close first and
you're
then
going to-
stop the
oh.
live stream and then we'll have a couple minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So a mover and seconder to go into close or? Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Frake. Moved by Counselor Bain, second by Counselor Frake. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole meet in closed session regarding the following. Under Section 2392F, advice is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Site alteration appeal 153 Mud Street East. All in favor to go into closed? That's carried. We're now into closed. We'll see you when we come back to the public, when we come back to open, and then we'll be starting our regular committee meeting. See you later. Welcome back. We're now in open session. Need a mover and seconder to move forward with the direction from closed. Moved by Councillor Vane. Second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Vane, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that staff proceed as directed in closed session with regard to site alteration appeal 153 Mud Street East. All in favor? That's carried. And the committee of the whole is adjourned now. We will start council in at 10:55. All right, I'd like to call the meeting of Monday, May 3rd, 2021, council to order. First off, we have playing in the national anthem, so everyone rise. First on our agenda, we have just need a mover and seconder to extend council past 11. You move by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to go past the 11 p.m. curfew. All in favor?
Is there any debate on this?
That's carried.
Is there any debate on that?
It's been carried. Up next, are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we go to number 4, approval of the agenda. Any changes? Just need a mover. Seeing no changes, just need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of May 3rd, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have approval or adoption of the previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Ritchie. Any discussion? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of April 19th, 2021 be approved. The council minutes of April 19th and April 26th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Move to number 13, announcements. Are there any announcements? Councillor Bothwell.
Just want to note that I participated in a meeting with the Grimsby Regional Airport this afternoon with Mayor Bausma and a number of local residents with respect to some of the noise complaints. Town staff were also present as well. Henry was there to listen in as well because he receives a number of complaints from residents in the area. So the Grimsby Regional Airport, this group, which was the owner is Thomas Brown, I believe, and the chair that we had today was working towards listening to the concerns of the residents and looking at ways to resolve some of those issues. There were pilots as well that were in attendance at this meeting. And it was a great first meeting where residents got to air their concerns. The chair is taking those back and will be reporting back to the this informal little stakeholders committee with some suggested solutions to help resolve some of those concerns. So it's the beginning of an ongoing process. They hope to have these kind of meetings every 4 to 6 months. Now it'll be a little more frequent, and while they're trying to resolve some of the noise and the low flying plane concerns. So it was a good first step, and I think it's really great to see the airport authority working with town and with stakeholders to try to come to a resolution. So I just want to put that on. Also, if anyone is following the sign bylaw wars, I think it's awesome. Listowel, Sarnia started it with their K106 radio station. I suggested it's just a great way to try to drum up business for small businesses in town. They're having a hilarious time. If you're following it, Perry Sound's doing it, Sarnia, Listowel, and a lot of other small communities are doing it as well. And it's drumming up a huge amount of awareness of what the small businesses are in these communities, and they're batting back and forth in good humor between each other. And it's just people now I think it's a great way for economic development to try to raise awareness of what these little towns have to offer, what these businesses have to offer. And I think it'd be great if our DIA or our GDAC or our Chamber of Commerce would say, hey, let's get on board and do something here. It's a really, really cheap, easy, fun way to bring some levity to COVID and to drum up some really great business and awareness for our community. So I'm just going to throw that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I have two things. One, last weekend, it was Saturday, no, it was Sunday. The Friends of the 40, we did a creek cleanup, the creek downtown. It was an individual thing. We just provided bags for people to do it on their own. But we did get about 15 bags of garbage out of the creek, under the bridge, along the path, both sides of that kind of natural area, which is, it's a shame that there's so much garbage down there, but it's great to get so much garbage out of there. Just wanted to put a little plug in for that trail it's behind Remax on the side of Christie Street downtown. It leads you down to the creek. There's a bridge where the train tracks are and stuff. It's a nice little natural place. If you're downtown doing some shopping or just a walk downtown, it's a great spot to just enjoy some natural environment. Or I take my kids down there. They like to throw rocks and sticks in the water, and it's a little gem that not everyone knows about. And so we were happy to clean that up, and that was last weekend. The other thing I wanted to bring up was it's kind of coming back from the committee of the whole, but I'm looking for a timeline for the deferral on that cadet motion. I wonder if staff can give me that timeline. Just the point is, I know the cadets, like, there's a payment due for their taxes that they mentioned, and there's late fees to be paid, and I just want to know approximately how long so we could tell the cadets.
Yeah.
CAO.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I'll work with the team tomorrow, and we'll talk. We'll circle back with the cadets and then talk to you when we have a date, because there's some work to be done there. So we'll assemble tomorrow and come up with a date.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to, well, I think you all know that there was a tragic accident at Main and Nellis where a pedestrian was killed. on the weekend. And, you know, I've heard from a number of residents in the area who are very, very nervous about that intersection. Some people who are pedestrians and some people who are in cars. There's a lot going on at that intersection, and right there on one of the corners is a school, for like a preschool for children, and it just drives home the point of what happens when we add even more traffic to this. So I think what I'm going to do is bring a notice of motion to our next meeting to look at, is there a way that we can make that intersection safer? Because I'm just really concerned for the residents in the area. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
There you go. Fingers getting tired. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just two things. I attended the fundraiser Friday, just past Friday, April 30th, for the theater, again, through the GSS for the new school. It was good. They had a concert again. It was the alumni concert. There was some very interesting and good entertainment. There was musical entertainment. Also, a little bit of acting got played in too, which great job by everybody. I spoke to Mr. Matt Miller this afternoon, and fundraising is going very well. They didn't raise quite as much as they raised on the first virtual concert, but they were happy with the dollars that they raised on excuse me, on April 30th. I just took an article from the St. Catharines Standard, and I just read about tomorrow, May the 4th, Tuesday, May the 4th, is International Firefighters Day. And what it is, it's to honor sacrifices firefighters made in order to protect their communities, whether they are full-time, volunteer, military, wildland, or industrial firefighters. So again, the Niagara Falls tomorrow night will be illuminated in red. Also, the CN Tower tomorrow will be in red too, to recognize the International Firefighters Day. So, very important day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further announcements, I just wanted to say yes, the concert for the West Niagara High School was quite good, and just seeing that many people that grew up as musicians and learned their trade in high school, and the fact that they're still doing it today, it was pretty cool. So it was really nice to see, and hopefully I look forward to another one, maybe even having one where we can actually attend somewhere in person. That would be really nice. So seeing no further announcements, our next meeting is scheduled for May 17th, 2021, following the Committee of the Whole. We just have the confirming bylaw. Need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Vardy, seconded by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Vardy, seconded by Councillor Bain. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-32 inclusive, and that same be read the first time. All in favor? It's carried. You move in seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Cadwell, Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2132 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second time and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule council to contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. It's 11:11.